Alrighty, hello my friends. Good late evening. Hello, hello. How's it going? Let's see who is here. Drua, Gam, Ankit, Lenza Lucas, hello. Dr. Killswitch, hello, hello. Nine Walker, hello, hello. How's it going? It's the cakes. Hello, Peaches. Does that mean it's a good night if it's a late night stream? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, at least it means I'm more relaxed because normally I have stuff to get ready for Mondays, so it's kind of nice. Viper, Poggers, what's up, dude? Jay Ridgy, oh, welcome, dude. How are you doing? Hinker, Poner, what's up? What's up? Guapa, hello, hello. Hove KB, what up? See you this weekend? Oh yeah, see you this weekend. At the Kankeys meetup, I assume. FC Lane, hello. Captain Mike, hello, hello. Happy Bot, hello. Christian, Pogard, welcome, welcome. Cloudiac, hello. Avo, Abstraction, how's it going? Patty, hey. I got caught in 4K today. I guess it's 1080p on this stream. Not quite 4K here though, unfortunately. See you at the end of the month? Oh yeah, see you in Nashville. Uterus Doors, Hantoki, oh hello. How's it going? Dan Muji, hello, how's it going? Alright, so tonight, I just came back from earlier from running a bunch of errands today. I was just helping somebody move. Yeah, so it's been busy this weekend. So I've just been like running a lot of errands this weekend. Yeah. But also went out to celebrate a friend's birthday, which was kind of nice. Had KBBQ, all you can eat, which was also great. Wantagon, hello. Rogue 08, hello. Are you going to Nashville, Mr. Lightning? I am going to Nashville. So I'll probably see you there. What board is that? This is the Gasket 00. from the original buy, because I never got my new group by one. I entered to get a new one so I could build it in Alps with a gray unit, but never got it. So, too bad. Should I build bias with orange Alps? Yeah, do it. Do you have a 101 AT caps though? Because, or like anything to work with that? Because you're gonna need a key set that works with that, right? Because that's probably win keyless, if anything. That's the. I think you should find the key set first and then worry about building it with Alps. If you don't have the key set, then yeah, probably not a good idea. All right, so we have a few things today. So a friend of a friend, well, actually, through a friend of mine gave me something as a gift. I have these two things to unpack today. So I got this Rocketbook notebook. The idea of the Rocketbook apparently is basically like anti-paper, sort of like notebook where that you can write and erase. And basically you can use like one of those pens that are compatible. I mean the ink that's compatible with it, and then you can erase it with water, which is nice. So pretty nice. But yeah, I like basically a friend was like, oh, like, you know, got a buddy who can get one, and I don't have a use for it. Do you want it? I was like, yeah, that would be great. And so yeah, I got this, and I was just gonna try it out at work basically, because I pretty much use pen and paper all the time. Pen and paper is like my bread and butter. I like write down notes online and stuff, but I actually tend to digitize things instead. I tend to do almost everything with like a notepad, pen and paper. And I figured, well, if there's a way for me to waste less paper, because I actually do go through like every year I probably use like at least 300 or 500 sheets of paper. So I use a lot of paper every year. So this would be a great way for me to stop using that much paper, basically. And this is outside like printing too. I just write a lot, or like take notes, things like that, and I just use a lot of sheets of paper. So this would be a great way for me to stop using so much. Also, Sean, what's up? Can stay for a little. Diego, how you doing? I'm doing all right. Your big man got COVID, so high-key sucks. Oh, damn, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Was planning on buying DCS Alps WoB if that ever runs. Oh, I see. But yeah, if you're gonna get Alps throughout, you definitely should get Keycaps first. Keycaps first. Worry about the Alps later. I use 5 notebooks worth of paper with school. I see. No, but so this is, I use like 300 sheets just for work, like just for note taking, that kind of stuff. And then like, so I also like take classes, right? Because I'm in school. School is separate. So that's aside from the binders for like classes or for everything else. This is just like my notes, that kind of stuff is like hundreds of sheets. And it's a lot, basically. It's just every year is a lot. I feel like it gets wasted. I tend to toss it out if it's, you know, useless after a while. I digitize whatever I need to, and then, you know, move past it, right? Nitram name lock, doing my first build with a Wind 98X with Neapolitan ice cream tactile switches. Oh, very nice. I hope that turns out well. The Neapolitans, I remember trying them. They're like very tactile though. A bit too tactile for me, but I think for you, maybe it's a good fit. I just don't like the pens that you have to use for those. Switch over to iPad. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll have to try it. I'll have to see how what it's like. Buy notebooks, but I don't use them. Yes, I just tend to buy like you know, like loose leaf paper that's like binder, you know, like that I can use with binders. So ends up being a lot. So yeah. It's all right. Let's just unpack it now. Yo, Boomerang Guru! Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you, thank you. What's SP's lead times again? I heard they're very long now. Alright, so let's check this out. Comes with a pen, pretty sweet. That's it. So I believe this was started as like a Kickstarter at the beginning. It was called like the Rocketbook Apex? Axis. But now it's called like the Rocketbook Pro or something like that. Okay, it comes with a pen, like a Pilot branded pen. Pretty nice. 07. It's not too bad. 07's okay. I prefer 05, but 07's fine for pens. Just microfiber cloth? Their logo, I guess. I assume this is their manual. Okay, you can write with Friction. Pilot Friction pens with the Pro to prevent smudging. Allow 15 seconds for ink to bond with page. And then you can basically erase with water, essentially, and then just wipe it off. Endless reusable, tear resistant, and completely waterproof. Okay, that's nice. Waterproof is also sweet because, you know, in case of accidents, that's kind of neat. Okay, cool. Let's see. So I assume this is a paper pack. Does it come with the pens you need to use? It comes with one, but I can always buy pens like this. I mean, these pens are not that expensive. I also heard that so what I know about somebody who uses these, they basically got like, you know, they had this like, you know, style of paper. Oh, that's kind of nice. It's like dotted and there's also lined. So basically they got this and they like drew out everything first, and then they used like and then kind of like you would set up like a bullet journal, and they would use that as a template instead of having like just lined or like just okay, let's see. Lay the rings on the spine above their channels. Slide the pack. Wait, lay the rings on the spine above their channels. Kind of like this. Slide the page. Oh, I see. Oh, cool. Okay, sick. All right, there. So. Okay, cool. So like just like that. Okay, that's neat. Looks like there's a pen holder here, so this pen should probably just fit here like that. It's kind of nifty. How do you type on this? Yeah, I assume you just use it. But I mean, I guess this is water erasable, so I'll just say like, hello world. My name is Diego, aka Lightning. Huh, neat. And apparently this erased with water. I don't have a spray bottle or anything, so I'm just gonna like wet it. I mean, anyway, let it dry for a bit. So loving the hair right now? Yeah, I just came out of the shower. Do you get it dyed? I did get it dyed, yes. I did get it dyed. What kind of notebook is that? This is called the Rocketbook Pro. And basically it's a notebook that you can basically work with. You can digitize like the notes that you take, because it has like the pattern dots and stuff, like a QR code kind of thing. And then also it basically uses, it's not made out of like, the paper is not made out of like it's not regular paper. It's basically like plastic, and you can basically erase, you can use like erasable ink, and you can reuse the paper basically. Okay, so it doesn't smudge, which is pretty nice. And if I use like water, ooh, that's sick. It just erases. Oh, that's really nice. Ooh, that's actually pretty nifty. It erases really well too. I don't really see any smudging or any like leftover. Ooh, that's actually so nice. And it seems like ideally you can use like a spray bottle, but if not, you can just like wet your microfiber cloth. And if I write on this again, I think it's fine. It should be fine to write on this again. Happy face. Okay, that's kind of neat. You thought of getting the remarkable? I used to just use an iPad, to be honest, for notes, but I eventually just traded it in because it had some touchscreen issues. You think like an Apple Pencil is also pretty nice, but I do prefer just like actual writing utensils. So this is pretty nifty. Does the writing feel like your normal paper? It definitely feels a little slippery, but this is still better than writing on like an iPad. In my opinion, because like on a screen, it's better than on a screen. Do a little doodle of JD. Oh god. Do a little doodle of JD. Oops. Something like that? I don't know. I'm not good at drawing. But yeah, something like that. I'm so bad at this. Oh my god. This is so bad. JD. Mr. Diego, do you get GMK Shanshui? I did get it, but I haven't gone the set in person yet. Oh my god, it's so ugly. This is not very appropriate for JD. JD is way more good looking than this, so I'm a little disappointed in myself. Anyway. Cool. You're looking my JD sticker look like a masterpiece? Yeah, I know. That J looking kind of sus. It's cursive J. It's cursive J. When you do cursive J, I do like, like if I write like Jose, I write like, or like San Jose, I do like San Jose. Diego, are you still doing stickers? Yes, I am. Also, it's like the line goes this way, Avo, for this cursive one. It kind of follows this line. It's more like 45 degrees off. But yeah, anyway, cool. I'll probably use this for a bit and review it. Kind of like give my friend a little review. And provide some feedback and that kind of stuff. But it's neat. I do like the line paper on this. It's just nice and clean. I prefer this over having like paper with like pre-selected like blocks. Because this I can just draw all the different like tables and whatnot, and you know, organize myself separately. So this is kind of nice. I wonder how much it is. It's definitely not cheap from what I recall. I can check. Oh wait. Accidentally put this on reset. I think I did. Rocketbook Pro. This is called the Rocketbook Pro. Oh, I see. It's 55 for the executive version, which is smaller, and then I'm assuming the larger one sold out right now, but let's see, MSRP. I don't know how much the MSRP for this is. For the bigger one. But I guess a little bit bigger. Probably like 70 bucks or something like that. Not cheap. So I mean, it's neat. I do like the profile is not very thick of this. This is kind of nifty. So I think I'll actually have a good use for this. I do like that it's a harder piece for the cover. So this is gonna be pretty nice for like just using like as a pad. So actually this, I would carry this to like events, conferences, things like that. This is actually pretty neat. And I can just store the pen on the side too, which is nice. 55 is not cheap. Oh yeah, it's absolutely not cheap for a notebook. Yeah. Yeah. 60 on Amazon? Yeah, okay. I think that's for the small one. They have two different versions. They have the regular Rocketbook and the Pro one. I think it's like the bigger one. And slightly different, I guess. But yeah, this is nice. It's alright. Obviously I am using this because I don't think I would purchase this for myself. Like, just because of the expense, but because I just took advantage of the fact that my friend was offering it to me. But I'll have good use for this, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, those ones are like spiral bound. Yeah, it does have like 3 ring sort of style. So this is pretty nice. It's easy to flip the pages too. Alright. I'll put that aside for now. You should build the NCR with Topper in the future. That kit is pretty cool. Wait, there's NCR Topper kits? Oh, that's nifty. I'll definitely have to try it out if that is actually a thing. But how does it how would you work around the plate and the like, you know, having the housings in place? Steph Diego, I need your help. Number 1 to 10. What if it's inverted this time? If I say 1, then will it be 10? And if I say 10, will it be 1? Okay, fine. I'll just play it safe and choose 8. Alright. Let's unbox this other one. Comes with a plate, Deski's housing, or a Real Force R1. Oh, okay, I see. I see. Yo, let's go, Mason. Thank you so much for the 8 gifted. Oh my gosh. Play it safe, chooses 8. So it's safe enough. That way, if it's inverted, it's still like a 2, 3. It's okay. Gamma sub now? I mean, it would be 5 would be the safest, but that's being too much of a wuss. So no. Too safe. Alright. Mason, 2 more to free the T word. Oh, that's right. Two more and the T word is safe. Ooh, okay. So we have our new Monoke set. Okay, let's open this up. 17-month sub? I definitely haven't been sub for that long. I feel like maybe it was like on and off, right? So that's probably why. Can't wait for the nail scratch test. We'll try it. Why not? I mean, these caps are for me to check them out, so why not try it? Alright, so let's open this up. I think you reviewed them. Yes, we reviewed the first iteration of these. So this is the new one of them. So this is the packaging. Keycaps by Monoke. I assume the legends are exactly the same as before. It was mostly that people were talking about the texture and the overall like finish. So let's check it out. The trays are just as good as last time. They hold the keycaps pretty much perfectly, which is great. You can flip these around and they'll be fine. Which is great. I really like trays. You know, this tray system is actually great. Like, look at this. Nothing falls out. It's great. It's very grippy, very nice. Basically, they have little stem insert positions, and you can do it for different modifier sizes. They also have this grooved plastic part, pretty nifty. And the compatibility of this set is really good. As you can see, here's a 7U spacebar, step caps lock, you know, ISO enter. They have regular enter, of course, the long shift, short shift, different accents. I mean, just the white accent with the Monoke as well. They have 40 support. Kind of like support for like Mac, like with the 1.5U OS key, and they also have one numpad, you know, and you know, regular TKL stuff, and also this Alice layout with the split space bars, you know, split backspace, and so on and so forth. All right, we can do a little testing, I guess. I can just grab a key that I wouldn't ever use. I think a key that I don't think I would use a 2U spacebar, to be quite honest with you. I almost never, actually, I don't never use the regular caps lock either. Actually, no, wait, I never use the 40s keys. So let's just use the 1.75U backspace. R3 control avail? R3 control. What's the R3 like? This is the I mean, this is the control key, right? No, so I assume there is no R3 control key because these are double shot. So for R3 control, you would have to have new molds. And yeah, because these are double shot keys, so that requires new molding equipment for it. You would need a new mold for this basically position for the legend with the control legend. So probably did not happen in that short amount of time. No R3 control and no 6U match. It's okay, just use step caps lock, dude. Alright. Scratch test. My nails are not too long today. Okay, that's pretty good. Not quite noticeable. Like, right, this is like regular lighting. I mean, you can see it because now I've like done like this very, very fiercely. And then you can see it like in the reflection, like that. But it's actually not, it doesn't appear, like it doesn't leave residue like the other ones did. Like the other ones kind of left like dusty residue because of the grippiness of the texture. They had a very rough texture to them, but these are slightly smoother. And this is a lot better compared to before. I mean, pretty much you'll scratch it if you mean to scratch it. So yeah, so this is great. The sides are very nice and smooth. This is very good. The double shot legends and the supports look very nice. I mean, like, let me here get a spacebar key, or get a shift key here. So if you look at the double shot, covers the entire keycap, and these look really straight. So if you just like take a look at it like this, very nice and straight keycaps, both at the top and at the bottom. This is R4 profile, so that's why the perspective is like that. But very nice and straight. No ejection marks here. The ejection marks I assume are towards... Oh, there's like one here at the bottom, but it's at the very bottom of the key. But very, very clean. Pretty nice. I need to head to bed and get some rest because COVID really sucks, man. Yeah, COVID sucks. I hope you get some rest and you feel better soon, Sean. Thank you so much for stopping by despite you feeling sick, dude. I'm so sorry that happened, but be careful out there and I hope you feel better soon. Love you too, yeah. Take care. Catch you next time. Take it easy. I watched Avi's video. Monarchy boss said they have to make the surface really rough to prevent the scratching. Oh, it's rough. It's even rougher. I see. It feels like, well, it feels less sandy if that's what it is. It might be rougher, but that means it's less sandy feeling. Because the previous version, the previous proto version that we tried, or the previous production really that I tried, it felt like sandy. You know, it's like a texture that you know it's gonna leave a mark because of the way it feels. It's like a sandy sort of feeling, like something is left behind. It's like something is just kind of like rolling around. You know, sandy cheeks. Yeah. So, but this is nice. I mean, I think it's like maybe it's rougher but flatter. You know, like there's no grooves for things to get caught. So this is pretty good, and the legends are really crisp, like these double shot legends. So. I mean, I think I would personally would be pretty happy about these. I mean, I forget what the pre-order price was. Someone remind me what the pre-order price for these was. Let me go check. Mono-K Series 1, white on black. Let's see. Mono-K Series 1, white on black. Mikibo. 75 US. $75 US for this compatibility. So it's like a different alternative to your regular white on black. It's pretty good, honestly. I think the key set support is pretty good, compatibility wise. I mean, I do get that there are some modes that don't exist on this, like R3 control, for example, but it has everything else, like step caps lock and regular and split backspace, numpad, all that stuff, split space bars. So it would cover most layouts, and I mean, if you're very much, you know, I guess caught up with the accuracy of legends and whatnot, then maybe like the R3 control being absent might bother you for like HKB, but I personally don't care because I just use caps lock anyway. But yeah, it looks good though. Oops, sorry about the lack of focus here. It's like it's focusing on the mic. There we go. Yeah, it looks good. We could maybe try these at the end. I don't know. We'll see. Hey Diego, do you mind trying the 2U and 2.75U mods in space without having issues with rocks left and right on the stabilizers? Oh, sure. You can just try them on my 60% here. Oh wait, 275U. Wait, never mind. 2U, 275U, and space bars. Okay, let me get a different board for that then. Okay. Is it going to be restocked? Yes, I would expect a restock sometime soon. Not just yet. I mean, there were a limited number of units for the first drop, but they are definitely going to be dropping more soon. I mean, I assume these will be in stock in a bigger quantity as we go. Right now, I think they recently dropped it first because it was also like the national, like it was like Singapore's like national holiday, and so they decided to just kind of drop the ones that they had already made. But they do plan on restocking and such. Okay, let me see. So let's try this on this stabilizer here. Dolphin has pretty tight sides here. Alright, there we go. Okay, so 275U. Seems okay with me. Let me see. So enter. I mean, I think it, in general, if I press hard on any keys like this, it will, like, you know, bow a little bit, but like bow a little bit to the side. But overall, though, it's still. Let me turn on the regular mic here. Okay, so yeah, so here I'm gonna press on the side. These are TX stabs. Just regular TX stabs with, these are creams. Yeah. I mean, if I press really hard on this like this, it'll like kind of come up a little, but doesn't come off of the stab. But this, like, every keycap does this though if you press hard enough. It seems okay. Mine's really bad? Two questions, Lucas. One, any chance your wire is bent? So, one thing that happens, you know how, like, I don't know if you guys have had this experience, but when you have very tight keycaps and you press really hard on one side of the stabilizer and the stabilizer has a kind of bent wire, or the wire is very, like, it's very tense, so to speak, you can pop the wire off from the stabilizer. It happens with, like, you know, like clip-ins, or like just like regular style stabilizers, not with like the Durock ones that have the hook over the top. But sometimes when you have very like tight keycaps on stabilizers and you press very hard on one side, it'll cause a little bit of torque on that part of the wire, and it'll pop them off from the socket. Yeah. But let me see. I mean, I can put the space bar on here. Okay. Seems okay. Seems okay. Yeah, it might be an issue with your set. I mean, for example, this spacebar feels a little bit tighter, but it's okay. Still, seems pretty straight still. I don't know. Maybe it is a little bit of an issue with your set. But yeah. Okay. Let's take this off. Maybe it's because I use reduced travel switches, so I don't see much cap wobble like that. Maybe. I mean, I do think wobble is also relative to the bowing of the top surface. I can easily say that the 275U shift here has a little bit more bowing than the GMK. Like, GMK, pretty straight. But this PBT 275U, like, it shows a little bit of, like, curvature, but it's not very severe. But the bottom edge is straight. So, I do think that if you press really hard at one edge, because of that slight amount of bowing, like, you'll see a bit of the moving up and down kind of thing. It's definitely exaggerated with the caps. But I mean, that's also because I'm pressing pretty hard. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, normally on regular typing though, it's okay. I mean, like, even with regular stabs, look. This is regular stab mounting. Like, this is normal. So sometimes people will be like, oh my god, your stab is super crooked, but it's literally the keycap having this amount of play. Like, look at this. Like, every stab's like this. Especially from the top down view. Like, it's super exaggerated. So, I do think the top-down view exaggerates that a little bit much, because I think on this, like, from my angle, from my point of view, it's much less pronounced. This is why stabs are evil. I mean, they certainly are a necessary evil, basically. Everyone, make sure to split your backspace and right shift. Nice try, Krelvit. I'll do it on a 60%. I'm not sure about a TKL. Just because it looks bad. It's really not because I'm against right shift being split or backspace being split. It's more so about how bad it looks, how poorly it looks on like TKLs or like larger layouts just overall. It just doesn't look right to me. Okay. Okay. Let's all switch to ortho. Okay, sorry about the 40 minutes of just me rambling about products. But let's get started. Alright, so if I recall correctly, we left a fun surprise in here. Very nice. They own a color printer 2022? Seriously, I have one of the Dell black and white printers. I haven't had a color printer so long. So I was also kind of surprised about the color printout. Yeah. Let's see. There are switches here. I put the stabs on the side here. Where are they? Where'd they go? I literally just had them right here. Have some Staebies today. Imagine not owning a laser jet. Oh, please. Whoops. There's an extra screw in here. So this kit is a desoldered kit because I remember I got it from somebody else. So it's used, but it's fine. Alright, so this is the NCR80, as you can see. Comes in this nice box. You think I'm rich? I got kids to feed. Wait, black and white laser printer? I just used the toner ones, dude. Black and white toner. So much cheaper. It's toner. Alright, let's open this up and get the PCB out of there. Uses these tiny screws. Do what I do, go to the office to print. Yeah, I mean, I print most of the things at the office, but I mean, there's times when I need to print something like, you know, at home. So it all depends. Color laser printers aren't that weird. I know they're not weird. I'm just saying. Oh wow, this is a very long screw. Okay, has threaded inserts, pretty nice. Oh, look at that! USB-C daughter board, pretty neat. It looks like it's mounted down to the case here with some screws. So let's take those out too. Uses 1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6 screws here. Wait. Oh, there's more. 7. There's a lot of screws. 8. Wow, it's like 10 screws, I think. Okay. Okay, this wasn't plugged in. Alright. Oh, I see. Huh. Okay. Okay. So I haven't tested this PCB yet, but it was desoldered at least once, so there's that. Okay, let's try it out. Let's test it first. Yes, let's just plug this in. Are you missing one of the shorter case screws? 3 long, 3 short. Yeah, I just put it aside earlier because it fell off. I think I just put it in here. Yeah, it's right here. Right here. Yeah, 3 long, 3 short. Okay, let's test out the PCB. I don't know if it's on VIA, so I don't remember if it was like, I mean, probably QMK compatible, right? Let's see. Let's see. It doesn't look like it's identified on VIA. At least not on their web, and at least not on the app client. I mean, let me see if the web client has it. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so I guess I don't have a VIA hex file on this. That's fine, to be honest. I can figure out QMK later. Let me see if NCR80 is on just in QMK. NCR80. Oh, JSON file. Okay, cool. Alright. So I just need the JSON file. Okay, great. Oh, hello, Mr. Frank. How are you doing? Yeah. Okay. NCR80 too good for its price? That's good. It's good to hear. Always welcome news to hear when something is a good deal for the price. Alright, so let's see. We'll subscribe to these guys. Okay. Okay, NCR80 via. Okay. Design, low draft definition, then space and file. Okay. Okay, I think we're good now. Alright. Who is Jason and where are we looking for him? you know a Jason? There's a Jason that works with mode. Okay. Alright, it looks like it's all in one. Alright, let's just check here for left OS key here, left control over here, right shift, backspace, that's all fine. I guess I'll just program the backspace everywhere. Same with this, right shift. Then right alt, right Windows. Okay, that's good. And I'll put the layer key over here. And then a key tester. Alright. Alright, let's try this. Who is Eddie and why is he in the space-time continuum? I appreciate that, I appreciate the physics joke. I mean, maybe it is a physics joke, maybe not, but you could also talk about currents and eddies and turbulence, right? Who is Eddie and why are we talking about Navier-Stokes equations with them? Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright. Good. Let's see ISO 1, 2. Alright. It's all tested. All good. Great. Great, great, great. Who said Navier-Stokes? PTSD activated? Still don't understand anything about it, but somehow pass the classes. Yeah, Navier-Stokes problems are non-trivial, so I understand why it would be extremely difficult to understand anyway. Yeah, I can confirm that it was very difficult, and I also had a hard time just barely passing things. But, you know, it happened at some point in my life. Any TKO recommendations? Well, I mean, if I had to recommend something, this NCR80 is pretty nifty, it looks like. We'll try it out today, though. But I mean, there's a lot of other options, though, right? I mean, people have recommended... I mean, if you want to check out, like, a pre-built that kind of has it all, like, the new Mono-K standard just came out. So if you want to check that out, there is that option. You also have the NK87, you also have the KBD 8X from KBD fans, or if you wanted to look for something more expensive perhaps that suits your custom keyboard needs a little better, there are a lot of other options. I mean, Frog, yeah, Frog, Geonworks F18X, pretty nice. F2, some people recommend that. People like that a lot. There are always more expensive options, though, yeah. Use your JMV Twin Purple. That's a tough one to get, too. Are you in the market for a Jane V2? Rock Mini a 65 or 60? 60. It's going to be a 60%. Oh, are these the clear? Okay, yeah, these are the clear Staebies. Alright, there it is. All the stuff that I need. Could put the rest here for now. Alright, let's try this. Oh, Naughty Penguin! Fuck JD. Okay. Alright, I can do that. No stabilizer is meaningfully better or worse than any other in the current landscape. I kind of have to agree with that. I mean, it definitely is about how you are adept at tuning stabilizers, but at the same time, it is true that tuning TX or Staebies is a bit more noticeably easier. Though if maybe you're inexperienced, everything is just equally difficult. So it's mostly a matter of practice, to be honest. Just trying it over and over a few times, getting the know-how like a couple of times, and then just trying it over and over until you kind of get the hang of it. Hug JD for keyboard building luck. Sounds good. All right, I'll do that. Alright. Here is my keyword building luck. Still can't believe y'all voted on the name. Oh, you mean JD's? I guess at the time also there weren't that many suggestions. I mean, there was like the suggestion for the Frosted Flakes guy and like a few others, right? But there were not many suggestions back then. This was back when Lightning Keyboards was just a no-name. Just the shadow of former streamer Meowgo11. AKA Meowgofuck_. According to famous streamer Apiary keyboards.
Is there a reason you chose the name Lightning Keywords after rebranding from Yago 11? Mostly because the main reason for rebranding was actually the fact that people were having a hard time to find me on Twitch. Because my username on pretty much every platform is Lightning XI. And while I actually could not really rebrand to Lightning XI either, because I had created an account under that username a long time ago, and I think it just got kind of phased out in the Justin TV to Twitch and like afterwards era, and so I actually did not have access to that name anymore. So I was like, well, I pretty much only do keyboard stuff on Twitch anyway, and I really don't have intentions of doing anything else. So I was like, oh yeah, it's just like Lightning Keywords. It's easy to figure out. Like if people know me as Lightning, then I can just say Lightning Keywords, because that's what I'm associated with anyway. But yeah, back then, people had a hard time finding me, and to basically kind of like have, yeah, just like ease of access for interaction was the main reason for the rebrand. It actually was not a reason for, I had no intentions of ever making like a specific kind of like brand name for it, so to speak. It was mostly because outside of like some friends who knew who I was on Twitch, it was hard for people to know where to go. Yeah. I remember being a young T-worder watching Lightning sound tests on YouTube years ago. Oh yeah, also back then my sound tests were pretty mediocre. I just had a very I think I probably just had like one of those like Blue Yeti mics for a while, and then I also had like a different USB mic for a while too, I think. And then I eventually got like more equipment, but it took me a while. To be honest, I was not as interested back then. It was mostly just because I started streaming because people just asked me like for fun. They're like, oh, like, you know, like a few other people stream keyboard stuff, and I had been building keyboards for friends and stuff. And people were like, oh, like I got to try this board at a meetup, yada yada. Would love to see you build this, like, you know, the whatever keyboard you're building next for yourself or for somebody else. And I was like, yeah, sure, I have a webcam. So I guess I could just like put it on a stream and you know, go from there. But that was really the main reason to start streaming. It was just to kind of share what I was doing. It had nothing to do with like really kind of launching off like any kind of particular content or like, you know, a brand or making my name for or something. Yeah, just had no motivation under that at all. I mean, I was busy as it is. It was mostly like just like a evening chill activity to like, oh, like, you know, just turn on the webcam and put it on a stream. Because otherwise, like back then, what options do you have? Like Discord voice call basically, and like what, like maybe like Skype? I don't even know. What options would people have back then? You know? I don't know. Just trying to think of what other things were there. TeamSpeak, AIM, Ventrilo. Bro. MSN Messenger, let's go. I lived on MSN. I lived the era of MSN Messenger. I think AIM is lost on me because I did not grow up in America and like in the US. AIM is a very US thing. US only thing to be specific. But like, yeah, MSN Messenger was the world's like biggest chat client outside of like IRC and yeah, like US based stuff.
Hers, yeah. ICQ, yeah. I remember ICQ. Back when also like a lot of P2P stuff was pretty popular, like all the torrent sites too, like and like like Aries and LimeWire and Napster and yeah. Back in those days, Tota Ventrilo's song was the best. Good old times. I don't know if showing our ages, yeah. Supernova Demonoid, yeah. All those old clients and pages that people would use to traffic files over the internet. Yeah, it does show our age a bit though. Back in the days when we were excited that there were things like, things to play our MP3s, and you could download MP3s at 4 kilobytes per second. I know. And hearing that dial-up sound and being unable to use the phone because the modem was connected to the internet. And then your fax, if you had a fax machine, that shit interfered as well with the phone lines. You had to have a separate line for that matter. I mean, that's what the whole point of having a fax was. You just had a separate phone number. Mom, get off the phone, I need to use the computer. Yeah. Or it was the exact opposite. It was get off the internet so I can use the phone. First one was Skype, but the era of Skype with IRC was still used for enthusiast community. I mean, IRC has existed and it even has still some amount of activity to this day. But that's because IRC is so simple. IRC over dial-up, walks a Google Drive, shares over Fiverr could run. Yeah. Love the dial-up sound. I think everyone, if you hear it, you know it, right? I can't do the more like raspy sort of loud sounds, but yeah, I know we all know what we're talking about here. I was jealous of my friend who had separate phone line for dial-up. Oh yeah, whew, fancy. I mean, and then when you switched over to cable and is it DSL, right? Fancy stuff. When wires were run for separate internet connections. Isn't Twitch chat an IRC interface? Essentially, yeah. Yeah. I mean, IRC is really the like the prototype of what chat clients are now. I used to get my manga from IRC because scanlators would just release them. Yeah. That's how a lot of files were shared over IRC. Anyway, so Viper says, running to a radio when my favorite song was on to hit record on the tape player to add to my mixtape. That's my brother's time was more from the mixtape era. When I was very, very young, like in elementary or even younger, that was when I know of mixtapes, and I knew of mixtapes, and my brothers would also like record stuff on tapes, like side A, side B, right? And then eventually CDs and MP3s, like MP3 playable CD players like Walkmans, right? I mean, back then, when Walkman got the anti-shock sort of tech was like the huge, like the biggest deal, right? When you had your CD player, and you now did not have to be holding your CD player like it was a treasure, because otherwise, if it trips, if you trip on something and you shake the CD player a little bit, there goes your player. It stops playing the music. It just stops, and you have to press play again. But it takes a while because you have to kind of sit still. Back in those days. Remember buying CD players with a certain shock rating so you could run? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'll volunteer scanning manga in groups using RSC. Man. Those are definitely old day stuff. I mean, at this point now, it's like people almost, it's like to the point where people don't even remember that that kind of stuff was a thing. It's kind of insane. Off-brand Discman during high school used to carry a CD pouch with 5 CDs to school. Nice. And then guys, I mean, if you do you guys learn? I mean, I learned how to drive when I was very young because my brothers learned how to drive when they were young, and also like because we had to like help with errands and stuff. So, I started learning how to drive when I was like 14 or so, 15, and then learning how to like reverse park and like that kind of stuff. This was back when like my parents needed help, and so I remember when our car didn't have a CD player, so you had to use you remember the aux cable with the cassette, for like you could connect like the aux cable to the cassette player. There was that too. And then back in the day when people did have like the CD players, you also had like the swappable front thingies, like the little like the faces, right? Like you could like swap the like the front skin basically of the stereo. That was kind of cool too. I remember a lot of people like when people like had like car thefts and stuff, like people stealing from cars. A lot of the time those things were stolen, like that front part. Because those things were like they could cost a decent bit. Because people would customize and stuff. That was like the way to customize your stereo in the car. And people would steal them all the time. So all the time, like people would put that in like put the front skin thing in the glove box, and lock it with a key. Because that stuff would get stolen all the time if people thought it was like something fancy or customized. Personal build, yeah, pretty much. Or it's really mostly to try these new switches, these factory lube switches from Agile. But also I am intrigued in just trying the NCR80 in general. I mean, I personally would not be using long pole switches typically for my own builds as much because I don't enjoy them nearly as much. But yeah, it's kind of like a 2-in-1 sort of thing. Put O-rings between the PCB and the mounting points. Okay. Like soft O-rings, like because I do have like the fiber ones, but I also have like I don't know if I have like the denture ones, like the dental ones, like elastic bands. I need to look. If I have elastic ones, I might put some, but I don't think I do. I have to double check. Regular black ones? Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know if I have them. I'll have to check. Might have run out or tossed them out at some point. And then you can also get those Bluetooth transmitters. Yeah. Every time you turn on your car, you get a voice with bad accent telling you that it's on. One of my friends was like, your car has a Chinese ghost? Oh my god. Yeah, back in those days. Good times. Makes it sound way better, deeper, and less pain. Okay. So pretty much something to pad between the plastic case and the PCB is basically what you're trying to say, right? So, I could just even stack up a few of those, like, stabilizer washers, like the fiber ones, and just put a few, like 2 or 3 of them in a stack. That should pretty much do the job. I mean, the rubber would be ideal, to be honest, like regular O-ring, like the elastic type. Those are just ideal. But I don't think I have any right now. I can check my toolbox, but I'm pretty sure I ran out or use them somewhere or toss them out or something. Because I haven't had a need to use any like that for a while. Gasket mounted playlist? Yeah, sorta. After using CRP for a minute, I can say that nipple homing is the best for me. Oh, really? I personally am a scoop homing person. And I also like, I mean, bar is fine with me too, but I do prefer, for cherry profile, I've gotten used to the scoop. But yeah, I think that's probably basically since my entry into the hobby. I think before, pretty much I preferred anything that had like a hard like nub or sort of like, yeah, like the nipple or like the bar homing was probably my preferred one too. But now I think I've gotten used to that scooped homing that I prefer it now. Nipple feels so harsh. Yeah, it definitely feels very sharp. Now I want to rip them off with my nails to make them blink. Oh my god. 8 scoops. Finally got a set with bars again this week after like 2 years. How did it take you 2 years? If you hate them that much, how did it take you 2 years to get a set with no scoops? Or with set with bars? I'm waiting for GMK? Oh, okay. Okay. Cherry charcoal was $50, so I copped. I actually forgot to cop that. I was supposed to, and then I forgot. Whoops. Scoop. Wait. Didn't read that. Scoop caps smack the top of MX silence and make them extremely loud. Oh, okay. I guess I get that if you're using silent switches. Speaking of nipples, I'm still waiting for my CRP to ship. Is my GMK stealth before my GMK stealth actually gets here? Oh yeah, true. The charcoal one. I did not get in on GMK stealth, but I was also not as interested. Because I just wanted to... Why didn't GMK stealth just run in like regular black and like just stock colors would have been fine, to be honest. I was supposed to also purchase GMK gray on black or whatever, but I also forgot about that, so I didn't get it. Maybe I'll get it once it ships. But I also did not like the kitting on that, if I recall. It was running through Vala? I forget. It was something about it I was not a fan of, and it kind of like forgot about it. But I do want like a gray on black set. Believe the reason why nipple doesn't feel harsh for me is because I have a crop ton of excess skin on my fingertips. Oh, like calluses? Do you like play the guitar or something? Or do you like do like hard labor with like your hands? Something that like would build like a callus? Out there for my step caps, brethren, I still instinctively, I guess, hit the step part to activate. I'm an edge case where I shouldn't use step. Oh yeah, that's kind of odd. I literally never hit the bottom part of the step caps lock. Because the travel doesn't make sense to me at that point. I had to pay an arm and leg to get the blackout kit. Oh gosh. Then I end up getting GMK Gray on Black 2 anyway. Here's something very random. My SO just hit the jackpot of ramens and got 5 flavored packets. Sick. I just like feeling nipples. Same. Not calluses, I can send a scuff photo of what I mean. Okay. Maybe just on the Discord. Square LEDs for NCR is best IMO. Square LEDs? I see. Like the 2x3x3 work fine? I actually think I have old school 3mm ones too, to be honest. Like from straight up from like G81s. I think I have like the green LEDs from G81s. So I might just grab some of those if I need them. Are the NCR80s from YMB Key the same thing as this kit? I assume all the NCR80s are basically the same, but I do not know the real answer to this question. I would assume so. Because they sold on zFrontier, and I know that people also bought a kit from AliExpress, which I'm assuming that the vendor who ran them, the people who ran them, put them up on shops, on like Chinese run shops through AliExpress and other places like on Taobao, etc. So I'm gonna guess it is the same. Clackbait, hello! How's it going? Hope you are doing well as well. How's it going? How's it going? Send in general chat? Okay, I'll check in a bit. I swear there's a shittier version as the later one has worse LED stickers and moldings, huh? I wonder if it's just a batch thing, huh? Honestly, can't be quite sure about it. There are different rounds. I know that, because I know they had different offerings. I actually don't even know what round mine is from. I'm gonna assume 2 or 1, but because somebody else had it before me, but I honestly don't know. So mine's like the most bare bones thing, which is just plateless, no hot swap. That's about it. R1 best round? Yeah, I have no clue. No idea. Not that I care too much, to be quite honest. I did get it for very cheap, so I have no complaints. They're now offering a PCB that does solder and hot swap? Wait, that's kind of weird. How does that even work? Like, certain things are hot swap, but certain things are solderable? What? Or don't tell me they use reversible sides. And basically you can do like south facing if it's one and then north facing if it's the other. That's pretty strange. Hot swap sockets north facing? Yikes. I see now. Yeah, that's a mess of all the tracing for that shit. Kind of crazy. Have I told you that my NCR80 weighs about 4 pounds? No, why would you have told me that, Frank? You don't just DM me and tell me stuff anyway. So I would not know that your NCR80 weighs 4 pounds just because there's not much that you relate to me regularly, Mr. Frank. We can start with that first. It's not like you read my DMs anyway. What do you mean? I did read your DMs after I think was it Domo was trying to add me, but I didn't realize. That's probably because I was away or something. Drama llama. How much lead did you put into it? Is it made of gold? Got left on red, huh? Happens to me all the time. Higher weights? Yeah, what do you put in your NCR80 to make it weigh that much? What you do? Wait. No, this is it. Okay. Oh, I could use these O-rings too. Perfect. These work because these are like plastic, but also not very hard. Tire wheel balance, what you use on your cars. Oh, I see. Imagine having a car. Couldn't be me. I'm so happy about it, to be honest. I'm gonna get ready to work. Work out, then go to bed? Damn, working out so late. Can you blow me a kiss, Mr. Lightning Diego? Ooh woo. Okay. Take care, Mr. Krelbit. Have a good night. Have a good workout, dude. Workout this late at night sounds kind of fun if the gym is pretty empty. I like working out when the gym is empty. Lives in the one US city that not having a car is viable in. Yeah, I mean, of course that's the point. I mean, I did drive a car before, but I would rather not if I can afford to not drive. But yes, of course I don't have a car in New York City because it's actually a much bigger expenditure and a complete waste of time and money to have a car here due to the parking situation here. Like, oh my god, I know how parking in my neighborhood specifically is. It's horrible. And I cannot imagine putting myself through that torture if I actually had a car. Goodness. Because of also like the stupid trash cleaning laws, like, like have to take move the car at certain times every other day basically, and people are camping all the time, and it's a mess. Vehicle bicycle guy? Not yet. I used to be more of a bicycle guy, but I don't have a bike anymore. Imagine owning a depreciating asset. Yeah. 5 head, just do keyboards, no depreciation, am I right? I don't think that's true, but yeah. We know, Diego, we can hear those cars half the time. Yeah. Unless you buy a Rama. Yes. I have an e-scooter. It gets me around anywhere. Wait, really? How do you like using an e-scooter? Because I've been super tempted, but I have decision paralysis with regards to that because I literally don't know which one to get if I were to get one. I feel like there's so many now, and I was like, what the? Because I was looking at people using them on the streets, and I would like be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna write that brand down or whatever, the one that's on the side of the scooter. And I like look it up. I'm like, okay, there's this one, and then I see a different person using a different one. But then every time I see a scooter, I feel like they're all different. I was like, what the? Which one? Like, is there one that people use more because it's better? Or are they all kind of the same? Yeah, I kind of have to do the research on it, but I was like, not sure. Just get the one your favorite influencer recommends. Oh, my favorite influencer. Oh, yes. I wonder who my favorite influencer is. I know Segway one is not waterproof. You cannot use it when it's raining. Ooh, that sucks. My Rec 1800 is a depreciating asset. It's fine. It's a nice board though. It's very viable for work anyway. Put them on a wheel and spin to the side. My car failed warrant the fitness. Gonna have to spend close to 1K to fix. Ooh. Gonna have to use my credit card for this. He just said such a non-American thing right now. Gonna have to use my credit card for this. Because literally in the US, everything is on a credit card. Everything. No one pays cash for shit nowadays, right? So saying like, I'm gonna have to use my credit card is sort of such a strange thing. Because I know in like other countries, a lot of people will pay with debit, right? All the time, in fact. But not in the US. In the US, everything is on your credit. Right? So that comment actually made me chuckle a little bit inside. Debit has high fees? Well, it depends where you're paying, yeah. No real money exists in the US? Yeah, it's all on credit anyway, right? Hecatypers. Wait a second. Oh, wait. Oh, it's just this one that's a little... It's kind of loose on this. One key. Okay. Maybe I need to solder this? Okay, one more. Okay, let's see. Debit has no fees in New Zealand? I mean, debit has no fees in a lot of places. Imagine not accruing debt. Yeah, I know, right? I use credit card for points and paid off every month? Yeah, same. That's the way I go with credit. Well, that's the way you should be doing with credit. Yeah, use credit card like cash. Yeah, and you should be good. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I know how much I'm spending on, like, you know, yada yada, so it's normally okay. I feel like this thing is like getting in the way. Oh, it's moving a little bit. Wait, you're supposed to pay off your credit card with another one? You mean balance transfers? Holy shit. You know, like, balance transfers also like charge you like 3% to transfer it normally, so it's crazy. If you did that, you would like accrue so much. Churn, baby, churn. I just use Forex transactions after buying calls and futures. Diego, tangents with kale black stems are similar to creamsicles. Yes, because creams are long pole, and kale black stems are as well. So they should be the same as creamsicles, except they just would have the black stem instead. They should be theoretically the same. Creamsicles love a good vintage switch. Oh my god. Yeah, vintage if it's no longer in the meta. You guys didn't know that? No meta, vintage equals vintage. Easy. Therefore, when you have a vintage black switch, it's basically just recycling the meta because you're just going back.
how environmentally friendly. Recycling is good. I love this logic. These switches are kind of loose on this. These switches have very loose PCB mount pins. How am I gonna do this? They do sit, but they're not perfect. They're kind of loose. What the heck? Are these spec for like... Okay, let me grab a cherry switch just to check, or a Gateron switch. Okay, Gateron switch seems okay. This is Gateron. This is JWK, I think. Oh yeah, JWK a little loose on this. Is this Tech C? I think this is Tech C, right? Tech C also kind of loose. Give me a cherry switch. Cherry. Oh, I don't think I have the cherry MX here. I put H1s in mine. It was snug. I don't know. Let's see, cherry. Oh, cherry kind of snug too. Oh, so I guess it's just these ones that are a little bit loose, and the JWK also seems loose. A little bit loose, so I'll just have to play it by ear, see if I can do this right. Oh, actually, well, I mean, I guess I could figure this out. I can always use the box as a separate way to kind of hold them in. Time to use the old school tape mod. The old school tape mod to actually hold your switches. KTT was loose for me, I see. I guess it just kind of varies, huh? It just does seem to vary a bit. But these are kind of loose on this. That's kind of unfortunate. They just don't have the same hold that the other ones do. It's like barely there. Gateron and Cherry was fine. Yeah, Gateron and Cherry seems okay with this, but the rest isn't. That's kind of a bummer. Switch is so smooth these days that... What is spec? I know, right? There is literally no standard for this stuff, dude. It's mildly infuriating, to be quite honest with you. Actually, no, it's very infuriating. I mean, people not adhering to a spec is... it's just like... What's the point of making these PCB mount pins if it's not going to fit? Right? It's supposed to be for alignment and this kind of stuff, like specifically for PCB mount to work when you don't have a plate. But this is kind of a manga situation. So the moon switch has got to start bulking? Yeah, the moon got to get some extra cheese. Because we know that the moon's made out of cheese, right? That's what Chester Cheetos guy told me. I'll have to see what I can do. I think I'm gonna have to do these 2 rows first, maybe, and then do some other ones. Okay. Remember the last time I failed this really badly when I was doing my Equinox XL? I remember. So that's Pepperidge Farm. Alright, there we go. Alright.
Alright, we're good here. Alright, let's try to solder this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, a few of them fell out. Okay. So I'll just put a few of these first and then I'll fix the rest that fell out. Oh no. Oh shit. Ah, this is gonna suck. This is gonna suck. It's okay. Good thing I actually have time today. Turns out Pepperidge Farm did remember. Pepperidge Farm never fails to remember. Never doubt the power of Pepperidge Farm, okay? If you doubt Pepperidge Farm will find you. This is why I only go for virgin PCBs. Bruh. Oh my god. Well, I can always give this feedback over. It'll just be like, hey, this won't work for plateless or half-plate builds because the pins kind of suck. But other than that, I mean, the switches do feel pretty damn smooth, to be frank with you, so I'll give it the benefit of the doubt that this is a solvable problem for a future batch of switches. Always good to give feedback, though. I have seen some problems like these do get resolved eventually. Alright. Okay. Good thing is, it's pretty easy to confirm that these are soldered in properly, because you can just check from the other side without the plate. If there was a plate, this would be a bit more annoying, but it looks like they are in place pretty well. Making sure everything's straight though, is the key part here. Alright. Cool. Shanghai Twist, hello. How's it going? My headphone battery died, now I feel handicapped? Oh no. You're a G-man. Alright, let's see here. Okay, looks pretty good. Back in my day, headphones used to come with wires, no batteries needed. True, true. Back in those days, right? nowadays you don't even get the headphone jack to begin with. So even getting a headphone jack is already a big blessing. So there's that. I miss those days. Nowadays, you gotta have a freaking dongle for everything. It's so annoying. Can't even use the wired stuff these days. Even if you wanted to. Estimate you need courage? Yeah, okay. Okay, Joni Ive. Okay. Toggle has big energy. Big dong energy. The headphone jack costs extra but is worth? Yeah. You only find headphone jacks in mid-tier phones? Are you calling my phone mid-tier? Just kidding. My phone actually does not have headphone jack anymore. I actually had to buy a dongle for my Pixel 6. Kind of annoying. HDMI, no thank you. How the RCA cable jacks on my laptop? Bro. Just put DVI, make it a little bit more niche. Actually, I don't know if DVI is really that niche, but I guess, I mean, RCA though, gotta go the 3 cable, video and 2 audio, brother. Back when we used to play like consoles with the RCA cables, DVI is niche. Yeah, that is true. I mean, I only remember seeing them a lot on like rack-based systems a lot. I mean, for like switchers especially, like Extron-based stuff and whatnot. You see them a lot there too. I mean, you see them a lot in like just displays, but even then, VGA is probably what it was for a while, and then DVI happened for a brief period, and then we switched to HDMI. Right? So. If you have 1500, you can buy a Sony phone with a headphone jack? 1500? What the fuck? That's highway robbery. 1500? What's even so special about this Sony phone? I just lit a candle, this shit smells so good. Hell yeah, candles are lit, literally, but they're great. Good stuff. There's a 35K Sennheiser. I mean, I know that Sennheiser makes some really expensive, high-quality products or whatever. But I don't know about the quality, to be quite honest. I mean, I know that audio is a very, very deep rabbit hole where it can cost an infinite amount of money for seeming promise of paradise in your ears, or perhaps most likely ear damage, but auditory canal and organ of Corti damage. But other than that, you know, and like possibly some membrane rupture. But you know, the experience is worth it, right? It's all about the experience. It's all about the experience. But I love membrane rupture. This is all I aim for in my life. These headphones are so good, I cannot hear shit. Oh my god. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, kids. Oh, some of these switches fell off. Whoops. Oh, this bottom row just fucking fell off. Okay, great. I'm a very smart person. At least these ones survived, not this one. Not too bad. Okay. Get the gold-plated cables and it makes the sound better. Yeah, conduction better with gold. That's right. Conduction better because conduction with gold is gonna save your ears. God save the queen. Speakers is the way. I do agree with that. I do think speakers is the way to go about it. That said, I mean, I know that people are pretty heavily dependent on headphones for a lot of things, but yeah. Don't drink the Kool-Aid or eat the sandwich. Hey man, sometimes sandwiches can be very great, you know? They can be really awesome. They might provide the best journey you have ever had. And if that doesn't make sense to you, then it's fine. That's what my mate who is into audio told. Don't rely on those YouTube reviewers because of what? Oh, wait, a lot of these people have to have these systems, or who have these systems are midlife too and cannot hear high frequencies. So like WTF? I mean, so it means these expensive systems, my friend, have 100% coverage of their capable portion of the auditory spectrum, right? So it's truly broadband coverage, 100% coverage, no notches, no gap, full coverage, just in that one long band that happens to not cover a whole high frequency portion of it. But you know, still 100%. 100% is 100%. Speakers and IEMs for meetings for me? Yeah, I pretty much use speakers for most things. And then I will use headphones for meetings, yeah. But for everything else I use speakers. Like music, like just like gaming, you know, whatever it is, I'll use speakers for everything. But yeah, I mean, headphones very convenient for you know, just to have meetings or just to kind of tap stuff out when I need to. But I would say my speakers get a lot more use than my headphones do on a regular basis. Headphone is only for office or supermarket trip. I like speakers more nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like if I'm like commuting, I'll use my earbuds. That's pretty common. But yeah, I definitely would argue that I use my speakers most of the time.
Losses does sound a tad better.
I have to say, I am not super like. I can't say that I can tell the difference as clearly. I mean, I would say it depends on the music pretty much. There's some things that I find in lossless are pretty much the same sounding to me, to my ears. But for the most part, I would say like it really is only a few things that might sound a little different to me with lossless versus some other typical bit rate. I can't say I'm like super sensitive to auditory things in general,
which is very nice. I feel like the distance from the speakers makes it sound much nicer.
Yeah, I do agree with that part. It's much better for casual listening too. And you don't have to be stuck by a cable, or even if it's wireless, right? I mean, wireless obviously also there's a noticeable deterioration in quality with wireless. But you know, and wired, of course, like having to be stuck to the wire it's kind of shitty, to be honest. At least for music, for me. But can you hear the snap, crackle, and pop of Kellogg's Rice Krispies? Probably not. Okay, rest looks really good. What earbuds? On the go, I use either my Galaxy Buds Plus or whatever, the Samsung ones, or I also have the Pixel Buds Pro or whatever. I got those as a gift, so those have been pretty nice. I would say the Samsung ones actually sound better. They have better sound in general, but the Pixel ones are convenient for accessibility purposes. So I've been using the Pixel ones recently, especially when I'm commuting. Can't wait to listen to my favorite lo-fi artist fake record crackle sounds in 24-bit 96 kilohertz lossless. Oh boy. When it comes to audio, my order of importance is comfort, convenience, yeah. Comfort is number one, absolutely. There is no question for me about that. Comfort is number one for listening. Because eventually I also get sick and tired of wearing headphones, for example. I can't wear headphones for too long. Especially like, you know, like full headphones that, you know, go on top of your head. Yeah, it gets to be a little bit too much for me sometimes. So yeah, comfort is number one for sure. Just built the Space 80 finally! LFG, let's go! Nebulous are those LY? What's LY? What's LY? Some new JWK stem material? It's like a type of plastic? Huh. Okay. Cool. Cool. I don't think I've heard about it, but I have to say I'm not up to speed with all the Switch stuff. It's just honestly too much in too little time, and literally way too many variants of no, like, I don't know, like, I can't say I'm usually like interested in the development of Switch nearly as much, mostly because I do know what I like already, and it's not like these developments are very close to my interests. Honestly, I'm fine with Gadron Milky top switches and Cherry MX switches with some decent or moderate, small to moderate amount of scratch. Just lubricated, and that's pretty much enough. I'm glad I'm not too picky about my switches. TikTokers are hyping new switches now? Oh, for a while, man. TikTokers have been hyping switches for a while. Because, like, remember when tangerines were out of stock everywhere? I'm pretty sure that was because TikTok was huge on them. Well, I mean, like, or like, tangerines would, like, sell really quickly everywhere was because of the TikTok movement thing. TikTok definitely has influenced a lot of sales in that regard. I hate long pull. Wow. That's a very strong word to use, but that's fair. I don't blame you. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Don't hate it, don't love it. Only time you'll hear me say I love long poles. You love long poles and you cannot lie. When will short pole be meta? Yeah, when will like regular, just normal? Like why are we I mean the long pole switch trend, I mean, I get it. I get why. Like it does sound different. I like the sound of long pole, but not the feel. Yeah, it's because I don't like the short travel, to be honest. That's what I don't like about long pole switches. Good night, Nine Walker. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you so much, my buddy. Take care. Have a good night. I hope you have a good and productive day tomorrow. It's a nice little change every so often, but I would say I don't welcome it every single time. TX had to make new stabs just for long poles. Yeah. Themes are full travel, long pole, so no way you can't be a long pole promoter now. I mean, I promote products for my sponsors because, well, why not? But that said, also, but the thing is, look, creams, at least the housings make up for the long pole aspect of it. They're full travel because the housings allow for it. Not in the case of a lot of the switches that have actually shorter travel. So that's the thing that bothers me, is the shorter travel. I mean, creams I actually don't mind. I actually think these cream dream switches from Novel Keys may convert me more towards cream just because of the broken in aspect to it. That said, I can't say I'm like necessarily like, oh my god, I love cream switches, I just must use them every single time. But at least the broken in aspect is pretty sweet. I like variety. Yeah, variety is the spice of life. I definitely appreciate variety. I mean, that's why I try them anyway. Like, if I actually didn't want to try them, I mean, I just simply wouldn't. But I don't mind trying things out. But I mean, I will have specific preferences at the end of the day. Something I like more than the other, and so on. I don't like all my keyboards to be the same. Yeah, same here. I mean, like, for example, this keyboard over here is built with PE stems, the invert PE stems with cherry housings, and that was like kind of a welcome change. It sounds pretty different from other switches. It's not necessarily the best thing I've tried, but it's nice. Don't. Oh, I'm an idiot. Thank you for the reminder. Oh my god, don't start at the top right switches. That's great. Totally forgot that this doesn't. You cannot remove that part. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's because the PCB actually has the pad, so I just forgot about it entirely. Good thing I didn't solder both legs for it. Did Teja try some switches that feel like Topri developed by Norbauer? It's pretty much a Topri. Like, he's making his own, like, domes, essentially. They're going to be Topri slider compatible, I think. They're not MX style. They're actually EC style switches. He showed it at the he had it at the NorCal meetup. So some people at NorCal meetup might have seen it. But yeah, they will be compatible with like EC style MX like sliders, for example. Did I miss it? You might have, probably. Because it probably was not as apparent. It was like on a switch tester, it was pretty small. You literally only had like 4 switches on it. Yeah, Norbauer dome? Yeah, basically, is the idea. Norbauer is developing his own Topper style domes and whatnot. Pretty much all of it. From the ground up. Alright. I think we're done. Hopefully not crooked. Too crooked at least. So I noticed that this stab seemed a little tight. Just gonna loosen the screw a little. Cool. Alright, trying to try the PCB first. Just need to test out the connection. Switch tester wouldn't have caught my eye holding the... Yeah, there's no way. I also didn't know it pretty much until I approached Ryan, so... Yeah. I did not know about it either until I basically was told about it. So, I understand. Wait, where's the dialogue for this thing? Why is it not showing up? Not showing the dialogue for this. I guess I'll just go to key tester and try it out anyway. Alright, cool. Everything works. Oh, so I don't have a layer key. Oh, okay. I guess I'll just program the layer key here then, later. Okay, so... Let's see. So Vinky suggested that I put some O-rings on this. Between... I might just try these guys here. I don't know how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Okay, maybe these are not great, but let me bring out some of the fiber ones. That should help. They're not the best solution because I really don't have the regular O-rings, so I'm just trying to use some of these. And we plan to put them between this. So maybe I'll stack a couple. It's just gonna fall off, I feel. How many of them are there? Standoffs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh shit! Yo! Nathan! Gym leader Nathan, hello! 45 viewers, hello. How's it going? Yo, Nathan, how you doing, dude? How have you been? I feel like I missed the times you were streaming, so I haven't caught you in a while. Doing good? How's everything been? Yeah, it's been a while. I'm doing alright. Just been busy lately. I mean, actually the past couple weeks have been pretty crazy for me, just like work-wise and just a lot going on, but doing okay though. I mean, just kind of hanging in there, bearing with the summer here. I mean, considering I'm in New York and the New York summer kind of sucks. That aside, it's been okay though. Literally just clicked out of your stream to see what gym leader Nathan was doing and then he raided you. That's funny. Anyway, thank you for the raid, dude. What do you do today? What are you up to today? Honestly, I should eventually get some of the regular O-rings and literally just glue them onto the standoff areas.
Make my life easier. Built an Animal Crossing Bakaneko for Aeongi? Ooh! That's cute. Turn out okay? What, was it themed after any characters? That's hella cute, though. It was damn cute. Yo. My screws help M2 O-rings in place? Yeah, I mean, screws would do it, but, I mean, since I'm gonna put the PCB on top first, right? Ideally, I don't want to slide any of these before I put it on. I mean, as I put it on, rather. Oh, I forgot about the LEDs. But... shit. Fuck. Do I do the LEDs later? Okay, let me see if I can carefully do this. Phew, okay, that was not bad. That was not bad. Did not shift. Other than literally just one of them. Nah, man, do it now? Yeah, fair. Fair enough, I'll do it. Gonna do the traditional yellow-green color ones? Yeah, probably. It was themed after KK Slider. Oh, damn, that's so cute. That's adorable. I'll go check out the VOD later. That sounds really nice. Let's see. LEDs. Yeah, here we go. I've harvested a few traditional 3mm style LEDs. I even have them with the guide. But given that I'm not sure how long they are supposed to be, I'll grab the top housing here. Okay, so... okay. Oh, wait, I do have some rectangular ones too, but I don't think I have 3 of them. Yeah. Oh, I do have 3 rectangular LEDs. I gotta go clean up. I have a good rest of the stream. Yeah, thank you, dude. Good catching up. Yeah, I have some rectangular LEDs. Let's try these. I'm not sure how good they're gonna work, but let's try. I do seem to have some rectangular LEDs here. Harvested from some old school keyboard. Alright, so... let's get that daughter board first. Where's my screwdriver here? Get it off of this first of all. And then we need to test this guy out, so let's plug this in first, and then go ahead and just turn on the indicators first of all, just to see what the correct orientation and everything, and if the LEDs are working properly. So let's do that. Okay, plug this in.
Load the via definition. NCR via. And alright, cool. So I have no. Okay, so I should program my indicators here. Layers, function, and I'll do layer 1. Oh, I see. Okay, it's kind of these keys that I don't need. Let's see. Let's program in some numlock and scroll lock at least just to check. Numlock, scroll lock. I mean caps lock, scroll lock. I guess that's fine. All right. So numlock is on. Scroll lock is on. All right. Yo, is Keychron good? Yeah, Keychron's been doing pretty good job of a lot of their newer designs, I would say. It's a very faint LED here, but it works. Hopefully this is enough for this. Old school. Okay, so that's the orientation. But a lot of their newer boards have been pretty good, I've heard. It kind of depends on what you need, what layout you need, that kind of stuff. But I'm sure if you find the layout that you like, they do have some decent offerings, I would say. So first try to find what layout you want for your board, and then you can figure out the rest later. Good for beginners. Yeah. Good for a lot of people who are looking to get their first mechanical keyboard. Overall. So I ordered the K8 Pro. That's a cool product, you think? Yeah. I think it's worth a shot. Trying it. I mean, I think everyone has different needs. Like sometimes people are under certain budget restrictions and whatnot. I do think that overall they do make pretty decent quality products. Like overall, like I've heard good reviews are on like kind of like all over the place. So I would say why not, and see how you go about it and how you like it. ¿Cuánto cobras por armar un teclado en Chile? Pues el envío te lo va a cobrar separado, pero entonces sería el mismo costo que cobro para cualquier persona. Mis costos están en mi sitio web, lightningkeywords.com/commissions. Y ya tendrías que checar ahí cuánto cuesta en dólares y pues tú puedes hacer la conversión. Pero el envío te lo cobraría pues, lo que cueste. No hay descuento nada más porque es en otro país o algo así. Alright. Let's just see here. Okay. Clearance should be fine. Alright. And I guess we should still test it, nonetheless. I don't care how out of date it is. Philco Majestouch that gets the job done. Oh, Philco Majestouch, honestly, great board. Out of the box. It's old school, but it just really does the job, as you say. It's a very faint LED, but it kind of works, I guess. It's okay. Faint old school LEDs. Kind of suits the nature of this particular board. Let's get this in place. Let me just this over carefully. Okay. All right. Bye. Think it's in the right places, and we need to grab our screwdriver here. Now our screws here. Standoffs. Wait. The right places, right? Oh wait. Are these screws kind of bigger than the... Oh, okay. You know what? I think I'll have to forgo. I think these screws are... Oh, these are M2.5. Okay, I'm gonna need bigger standoffs for this, so... Yeah, unfortunately no standoff padding for today, because I don't think I have the right size for this. So we'll have to skip these. Alright, we'll skip these. And move forward with the rest. I could always use even like a small piece of tape, to be honest, and just pierce through the tape. Actually, that's not a bad idea, to be honest. That itself would be enough padding as well. So tape mod the the standoffs. The new meta. Do you tape mod your standoffs? Yes, I do. It's so rare to see Diego build something sub 200. Alright, yeah, let's just actually put some tape on this. I'm wondering if I should use electrical tape or if I should use something else. But I guess I'll do electrical tape. It's probably the most easier to pierce as well. You can use something heavy or thick. I mean, I have gaffer's tape, but that's not gonna do. I don't have any masking tape, so no masking tape today. So yeah, I'm kind of limited in options for tape. I don't buy a lot of tape in general. I have scotch tape, packing tape, gaffer's tape, and if you only remove the standoffs, huh? If you tape out the standoffs, how will you remove diodes from the PCB? What do you mean? What do you mean remove diodes from the PCB? Washi? I do not have any washi tape left. I use whatever washi tape I had for like just stationary stuff, and I haven't purchased any new washi tape in a long time. But I don't use much washi tape these days, at least. You use them all, use all the tape. It's okay, I think the electrical tape should do, to be honest. So let's get that going. Where's the end of the tape here? Okay, so let's just cut a large piece here. That's an OG run gasket, right? Yeah. I never got my new run gasket. I did actually have an order in, but never got it. And I don't really think I'll ever get it, to be quite honest with you. Oh my god, this is very crooked. But it does the job. WTF, I got mine like months ago now. That's crazy. Yeah, I just think my order is just not, never, like, just not non-existent at this point. So yeah, nothing I can do about it. I did get a DM from Waston like months back, and I replied and everything, and I thought there would be a resolution. But nope, nothing since then. So here we are. Damn, yeah, unlucky order, pretty much. No different from being on the Rukia boat, or whatever other boards have been on the same kind of situation. So at least it was nothing crazy expensive. So yeah, it is what it is. Two layers should be fine, I think. Man, there's so many standoffs, what the hell? Oh my gosh. There's 10 of them! There's so many! I feel like I could just use fewer. But whatever. I'll use them since they're there. But, so many of these. But it's okay. I'm just following Vinkeys' advice, which was to just use something to pad it. I didn't have O-rings suggested, so just trying this as a makeshift solution to this problem. Well, not quite a problem, but just an attempt to try something different. Highlighting keywords in chat. This is a cool looking board. M4, hello. M4D agent, or I'm not sure how your username goes. But how are you? Oh, Mad Asian. Oh, that's what it is. M4, I see. Mad Asian. I see now. Never mind. Doing good? Hope you're having a great night? Yeah, I'm doing alright. Alright, let's see now. See if this even helps. I honestly kind of doubt it, but hey, we are trying. We are trying things today. Screws in. Just fine. Wonder if that many standoffs will start feeling like a sandwich mount. Well, yes and no, because the thing about the plate's presence on any build with a plate is the fact that it sits at the plane, my bad, at the height that it's sitting. And the clips of the switch are the ones that are making contact with the plate, right? Like along with the edges of the switch that are making contact with it. So I assume it brings about a different experience overall, regardless. Just the presence of the plate itself brings about a different experience. I mean, like a different feeling to it. Just because of the location of where things are. And how much contact there is between the switches and the plate, right? But I would assume it's still a decently stiffer experience if you use these many standoffs. Yes, it's like a tray mount basically, but with quite a few standoffs. So yeah, it's still relatively stiff. I assume. Okay. That looks good, I think. Okay, that closes pretty nicely. Wait. Okay, now to close the case. Hopefully this will work with no issues. Fingers crossed. Alright, very nice. Let's put this back. Our little Rickroll printout. Wait. Hey, big forehead bezel. Yeah. Quite a few. Quite a bit of real estate here, being covered by the bezel alone. Okay, so what switches? I mean, sorry, not what switches. What key set are we gonna put on this? Key set shall we put on this? I do actually have the NCR set, I believe. We can do the original NCR. We can also do something else, to be quite frank. Olive? It's not a bad choice. Desko Black, that's also a good choice. OG die subs could work, although I have ISO die subs that will just adapt using couple of double shot keycaps. Sao or how? Okay. Alright. Let me go and See what I have. Hold on. Let's see. I don't have that many ANSI sets for stuff. Let's see what I have here. A lot of ISO sets. Oh! How do you guys like OG Desko? I have OG Desko. You guys like OG Desko? I have OG Desko. Is this a key cult? It is not. OG Desko? Alright, OG Desko it is. Okay. Let me bring it. Be right back. Also, I'll get some water and wash my hands. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Ha! Okay. Let's see. Alright, so I brought this set. OG Desko. Put some caps. Alright. So these are double shot caps, mixed with some dye subs actually. Too bad I can't use these guys. That's kind of a shame. Are you seeing all the beige kids these days? Yeah. For sure. Oh no, another beige enjoyer. Oh, what a tragedy. Oh no, tragic beige enjoyer. Oh no, crap. Stream ruined. Time to go watch another streamer. GG. It's over. Beige and wob all you need? Facts. Looking good, Diego? What's up, Papa? I bet you look good too. Cause you actually hit the gym, unlike myself. So I'm sure you look fine. Oops. This pipe a little bit crooked. I'll fix it later. Careful what you say to Quappa. He's a minor. Yeah. I know. He hangs out on my in my server a lot, Frank, and you would not imagine all the things that Quappa says and does. It's you would not even believe it. Canceling gym membership, want to try bouldering and rock climbing? Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Ready to be emailed to Quappa's parents. Oh no, the Parent-Teacher Association is going to get us. Want to tone some muscle, but weight training is boring? Weight training can be boring after some time. I mean, it depends on the person, to be honest. Everyone has different appetite for it, so to speak. The mod's so nice? Yeah. Isn't that so nice? OG Desko. Alright. Let's put a little artisanal keycap on the escape here. I think if we're gonna go with RGB mods, maybe we can try this very cool primary color kind of Earl Escape. Very nice and colorful. I think, yeah, it's probably the best one that I like out of the ones here. Kind of stands out a little bit. Little pop. Pop, pop. Color pop. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Let's try this out. Alright, let's get the typing test up. And move the mic over. Okay, turn off this loud, this very loud fan that I have running because it's hot. But all right, we have some OG cherry Desko today, yeah, let's try these caps on this wonderfully looking case here. This is the NCR80. I know that the pipe is a little crooked. That's my fault. I'll fix it later. Okay, don't harass me for it. I'll fix it later. Yeah, I know that some of these are not perfectly straight. Actually, the rest is fine. It's just the pipe that's a little crooked. But all right, let's give it a shot. So, very faint LEDs, as you can see. They're there. They do work. But you know, very faint, but they're there. Kind of nice and old school style LED. And let's get the music off. And let's give it a shot, shall we? Imagine the YouTube comments can't even build his keyboard straight. I know. Going to get wrecked on the comments. I know. Quote mark bits. That's probably just a keycap, to be frank. I mean, the keycap does have a little bit of a twist, but yeah, I can always try adjusting some of these a little bit. I mean, I honestly think it's all about they're the same. But yeah, maybe it's a little bit crooked, but I'll double check later when I go back into the case. Yeah. Alright, well, before I keep getting flagellated and tortured here on stream chat, let's get a type on this so I can redeem myself a little bit. And yeah, let's give it a try. So today we have these Agile Shop Co's moon switches. These are switches that are lubed by hand in the factory, and they're mixed. They're lubed with a mix of 205 and 105. These are completely stock, meaning that this is exactly the way they came in the bag. So yeah, this is the NCR80, which is a pretty it's a cheaper kit, I would say, but what's cool is it's like a recreation of the original NCR branded cherry keyboard cases, except like in a TKL form factor, so it's smaller without the numpad, and also with these indicators right here, and also it's plateless, just like a lot of older cherry boards that are you know, that exist like with MX switches can be built. So yeah, here we go. Let's give it a shot. These are long pole switches, linear switches from Agile Shop in Canada. All right, this is OG Desko. This is some OG Cherry keycaps. These are double shots, ABS double shots with a very small mix of dice ups as well. All right, here we go. Oh, wrong second timer. All right. Ooh, this sounds really nice. It sounds very nice. I really love plateless because it really brings out a different kind of sound in cases. But I'm really digging this. Let me actually try 30 more seconds just to kind of hear it a little bit more. Very nice. How do these moon switches feel? I mean, they pretty much feel like lubed switches. They actually feel really good. But I'll actually like go over the mods and just kind of slowly test the switches and kind of tell you what I feel about them. Yeah, but in typing at least, they do not sound or feel like completely stock, no lube kind of switches. That's for sure. They definitely feel like maybe closer to like what the Gateron cap might feel. All the Gateron cap ones are lubed with oil, I think. So they tend to be a bit more, you can kind of tell a little bit of that like slick sort of feeling to it. So yeah. But these feel really good. Alright, I would say it's like a even lighter coat of lube, but it's nicely applied. It's nicely applied. I think at least on this batch. I think I read like I saw a video that someone was kind of disappointed in the switches, but I think maybe it is batch dependent, but hopefully not. Hopefully that one was just a bad one. So yeah. But anyway, let's go over the mods first. Is zFrontier the way to get this board? zFrontier is one way. I think someone else said that they're also on like on YMDK and AliExpress. Sounds really good. I particularly like the sound of the mods on this top row. I would say the middle row sounds a little bit more dampened, kind of. Maybe it's because of those cuts. You guys remember those flex cuts that were on the PCB? I think that might actually account for the difference in sound in the different rows, especially the middle rows here. But it sounds really good. It sounds very good. It is basically tray mount, though. Imagine this was MX Blacks. I actually have a... So let me actually show you. I actually do have a PCB mount MX Black board, so I can actually demonstrate the difference. So this is the actual NCR case, right? I'm gonna just turn on the fan because it's really hot and I'm like sweating bullets right now. Is that OG Desko? It is. It is, Max. So this is OG Desko right here, and these are NCR keycaps, OG die subs. So unplug this for a second. So here, these are going to be ABS double shots, so a little bit different. Ah! These stabs are okay? They pop? Oh no, it's just not placed properly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're both PCB mounted, so yeah. They are going to be a bit similar, right? Sounds slightly fuller. I mean, that said, also the fuller sound might be from the PVT plastic. Just don't forget that. So there's that difference. PVT plastic, ABS plastic, a bit different. But these have 3204 lubed MX blacks, and then these are the moon switches, which are the long pole stem linears from Agile. So yeah. The Scratch MX Black is definitely something to give it character. Yeah, I do agree. With that. But slightly different tone. As you can see, this one's a bit more gray. Then this one has a bit of a warmer gray tone to this compared to this case. But yeah, these are basically like siblings in a way. So, you know, but essentially the same idea for a board. Basically, this NCR80 is the chopped version of this. This obviously also has a fixed cable, which I just have a regular USB cable connected to it, to the PCB directly. But yeah, this is just like one of those replacement G80 PCBs. So, but yeah, this was a project I did a while back to just rebuild a case like this, like in a modern way, with just cherry mix blacks. But it's great. I actually did take that to work for a while and use that for a while. But I might actually take this to work now. This is very nice. In its own right, it has very nice sound and feel to it. Gonna aim and gonna film and lube some browns soon for Orange Boy Ergo. We'll see how I like them. Nice. Yeah, lube cherry switches, in my opinion, pretty nice. Very sometimes people kind of, you know, give them some shit over can be scratchy or whatever, but it definitely has some character to it. So I personally like it. I do like that they use this port position for the cable. I actually do like that. I have some old school, very faint LEDs here. You're still awake? Yeah, I'm doing fine. But it looks nice. So how are you doing, K-Kona? How's it going? All right. So sorry for that little. But yeah, this is the NCR80. Very chunky board here. But this is basically what it looks like here. Very nice and light. Tired, just finished a 10-hour drive back home. Oh my gosh, that's a very long drive. So I'll definitely fix this. I definitely think it's crooked because it's probably my fault. But ignoring that, it's pretty good. I'll fix it eventually. But I definitely think it's a crooked switch. Yeah, it's ever so slightly tilted. Okay, too bad. But yeah, thoughts on the painted plastic? I think it looks great. I mean, the recreation of this case is pretty good. Like, compared to its original. I think it looks great. I mean, it uses screws to attach the two parts of the case together, but overall, the recreation here is solid. I mean, I think they did a great job doing this injection. I think there's injection molded plastic actually, and so they did a good job. I mean, even these flat bump-ons are really nice. Just pretty clean and well done. I think overall, like a really nice kit for something that's kind of modernized to be, you know, like a custom keyboard for 2022 or whatever. I think they did a pretty good job. Programmable, of course, which is nice. But overall, I think this pretty nice kit. I mean, if you want to try something plateless for not too much, it looks great with cherry profile keycaps, of course, nice and kind of sunk into the case. This is the profile of the of cherry profile keycaps, as you can see. And this is the overall profile from the front. Very, very clean. And it's a nice lightweight board, actually. Like, building something like this and taking it to work sounds like a great option. It's not to mention it is USB-C compatible. So I think this is a pretty nifty option to take to a work desk. A little bit more unassuming. Plateless, what mounting style? It's basically a tray mount PCB. Just the PCB bolted to, you know, bolted to the bottom case, and switches, PCB mount switches on it. Yeah, pretty much just like any, like, you know, let's say your poker case, but just take off the plate and it just switches right on the PCB. Yeah, so there's like 10 different positions where the screws are right now, but yeah, pretty neat, pretty neat. I can just unscrew it and show you, because I'm gonna have to open this up anyway to fix this. But it kind of sucks that I have to take out all the screws from the tray mount thing, as it is quite a lot of screws, to be frank. To be very inoshiki with you, it is quite a lot of screws to undo, but yeah, I mean, it's basically old school style. This is the internals essentially. You have all these screws that are attaching the PCB to the case. Yeah, so, but it works. It works. No issues with it that I can see. So I dig it. But yeah, if y'all have any questions or concerns, suggestions, let me know. But yeah, I'm gonna fix this one key here. Seems well worth it? I think so. How's the typing feel? It's not very stiff, but I would say just because there's so many screws attaching it to the bottom, I would say there's a degree of stiffness to it. I would say it's not it's not like particularly harsh. I don't know where the mounting positions were. It's so annoying. Oh, I see one. There's quite a lot of mounting screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing 2. Or the other 2. Remember, I have to take off all the caps anyway. Oh, there's one. Have you seen the typing test of this with the Alps PCB? I'm sure it would be really nice. I mean, I feel like Alps shine with the Alps shine more with plastic enclosures like this. So I imagine Alps would sound really good. It must be on this side. Nope. Where is it? Where's the last one? Time to remove all of them. Be somewhere around here. There's a Topper PCB for this too? Damn. Well, that would be kind of cool to try, to be fair. I'll be intrigued to try something like that. Bro, where's the last screw for this? Wait, am I not? Where's the last? Oh, under the shift. Ah, I'm an idiot. Should be. Where can I find the info for the Topper PCB? I don't know. I imagine it's on like Taobao or something. Yeah. Features has been activated. Lol. Nope, these app seems fine to me. A little crooked, huh? 2023 is going to be your custom Topper. Yeah, we'll definitely see quite a lot because of all these new solutions coming out for customized Topper. That is for sure. I mean, definitely hearing a lot about Topper kits for a lot of different things. I mean, starting from like a lot of those like matrix boards, right? And then some more, right? So we definitely will see some good amount of Topper compatibility here and there. So even this now looks crooked on the wrong side. Let's just on it. I love my rubber domain. Yeah. Okay, that looks better now. Okay. Okay. This works. So this key was a little crooked too. Hello, Rue, what's up? You're up late, Rue. I guess it is the summer anyway. I actually do think these keycaps themselves are a little bit crooked too, though. Okay, that looks better, right? That looks better. I think the cap slot's also slightly off. I saw your stream on Discord status and was quite surprised. Yeah, I don't have morning meetings tomorrow, so I'm kind of off the hook. So just kind of abusing my right to be up late today, which is uncommon. Very much so. But here we are. Yeah, there's just a little bit of wiggle room with this keycap anyway, so that's why. Alright, looks good. Looks good on this side. Looks good on this side. Alright, I think we're good with straightness for these guys. The wiggle of this is pretty fair. It's just a regular amount of wiggle that it has. And I think the rest is pretty good to go. I can imagine Topre and CRP Chef's Kiss. That would be nice. Topre and CRP. I really hope CRP makes some molds that have recessed stems. That would be the dream. That would be the true cherry profile experience with the best available dye sublimating out there. With great quality PVT keycaps. I really wish they could do some recessed stem molds, but anyway, beggars can't be choosers is what I think, so whatever. I want to try DCS. You should do you have anyone near you by any chance, Gordon Derp? I feel like borrowing a set of DCS is not a bad idea, even if maybe like asking somebody to ship it to you. Just to borrow for a bit, but just trying it out first before even you buy may not be a bad idea. Because I think it's not for everybody, I would think. It's fun, it's different, but I would say not for everybody. Can't we? Just got a bully hammer. Hammer kind of does its own thing, I think. God, they do their own. They do whatever the heck they want to do, really. Whether it's R2 or R5 or whatever, for things, they kind of just like, yes, there is supply and demand in this case, but even then, I feel like from what I've seen, they don't necessarily always do what people say they want from them, so. Oh, I do? I'm just lazy? Oh, I see. Green LED Pog? Yeah. I'll try it on my desk keyed XRF. That'll be interesting. Alright, I think we're pretty much good here. Fixed up. Feel like for a lot of China's makers only focus on their customers in China. I'm not surprised. Do they have a good amount of sales there? Oh, it's just icing on the cake. I see. I mean, that's probably why. I mean, it's definitely driven by supply and demand, but I do also think that sometimes, I mean, if there's a language barrier, like, I imagine it factors into that, and, so, you know, it can't be easy either way. Alright, now it's in its final form. Alright, let's go. Seems like they've been making improvements over time, so I don't mind much. Yeah, same here. I honestly love my CRP, how it looks right now, and I have no complaints. Even if CRP were to be discontinued at this point, for the amount they've made and the progress they've made over the years, I have no complaints. They've made a lot of progress in a pretty short amount of time for what it's worth. But yeah, there it is. Fixed. Saved stream. With now not as crooked keycaps. It's good. Yeah. Is that R5 bottom row? Yes, it is. It is R5 bottom row. Wonderful. This looks great. I really like this. I think I'm gonna keep it with these switches, to be honest. They sound really good in this case. The color mods always pop? Yeah. Bussin'. Yeah, I do think these long pole switches in this case do sound pretty good. But yeah, overall, finishing on the case is really good. I mean, I'll say this top and bottom don't necessarily match very perfectly here. A little bit of rubbing here that you could do. But for what it's worth, for the price you pay, this is a very, very solid kit. The USB port cutout is nice and tight around the port. The label, pretty neat to have something like that. I think they really did a good job with this case. This NCR80 case. Came back to see keyboard. Oh, welcome back. And I do really like how these Agile Moon switches do feel. They really do feel just like Lube switches. And actually, I'm less compelled to open them because they do come pre-looped from the factory, and I feel like opening them and closing them back up might stretch the housings, which might make them sound worse, right? If you were to, oh, I'm curious, and then I open them, and then I close them back up, and then I do nothing to them, like no adding films or anything like that, and then the housings get loose and stretched, and sounds worse. So I'm inclined to just leave it as is. So different mics, but that Alps test I just watched sounds like the top rows, like this. What is the spring weight for them? Let me check actually. Do the build command. I
think I have the link there, right? 63.5 gram operating force, so bottom out actually, and 15 millimeter in length. So the medium length, this is the stock Cherry length, like the typical Cherry MX length is 15 millimeters, where short is like 14 and long is 16, I think. Yeah, and then there's like much longer ones, I think, too. But yeah, I always squeeze the legs of the housing a little so it doesn't stretch, but it's kind of papega. Yeah, it's very inconsistent, right? Like I also do that. Like you know, I use my this is the key boss one, right? And I like you know, press the switch on top, and then I'm always like kind of like holding this top part like kind of like tight so that it keeps those legs like not stretched out too much. But yeah, it doesn't really seem to do that much. At the end of the day, I like if there's one of those housing that does stretch, then I just end up using films anyway. So yeah. Oh yeah, if you're curious about how this one sounds, just gonna do like a kind of like that is fine. Oops. Little different. That spacebar is loud. Yeah, it's a little has a bit of a pop to it. Could be a stems. Yeah, it is a bit different. And this is indeed aluminum full plate, I believe. Yeah, it's just on the specs, right? Yeah, I do think I used another full plate for this. Yeah. I like it though. I actually like it. It's different. It's just different from what I would expect. So I kind of like that. It's just a little different from the other stuff that I have. So even though it's not necessarily my favorite sound, to be honest, just the difference is enough for me to justify keeping it this way. So that's why I keep it. Plate and foam choice for the Vega. A lot of people recommend using a lot of the foam. I personally think I would first not put foam and then put foam if I need to. So, but I know that the plate foam, for example, you have to either decide to put it in or not. I think a lot of people tend to do put it in because they think it sounds better. And a lot of people will say like AO3 boards, you know, kind of made for foam. So I think if you haven't tried a board with foam, go ahead and put it in. Plate, aluminum always sounds really good. Pretty solid, just in general. Alloy half plate in the gasket. This, oh, it doesn't say what plate. I see. Let me get my. No, this is a full alu plate. Full alu plate right now. Yo, Joran, dude, I never get to raid you. Hey, I know. Full alu on this one though. Gordon. But yeah, Gio, how's your stream? What do you do today actually on the weekend? We're pretty much done. Also, it's like 2 a.m. What the hell are you doing up? So I don't have a work meeting in the morning. I normally have a work meeting on Monday mornings, but I don't have a work meeting in the morning, so fuck it. So here we are. Yeah, you know, just decided to call it. We built an Exent tonight. Oh, very nice. I love the Exent. It's such a cool board. Keyboard over sleep. Yeah, I also kind of was just craving building something, so here we are. What are your favorite? What are your preferred 60s? I mean, I love my HKB, but I mean, I do like this Gasket 00. In general, it feels pretty solid. It's not very heavy. It's nice. The Unicorn is also a pretty solid choice, but I know that sometimes it can be difficult to get one. That kind of stuff. That said, there are alternative options to that as well. But I mean, I also do have like a 356 Mini, which I do really like, with like a full allo plate right now. But that said, that was like a reach grail kind of case that I eventually got. I like my, I mean, it's not a 60 necessarily, but I like my Juby a lot, which is also built plateless, just like this NCR80. It's built without a plate. It just sits directly into a case. I believe Salvin is going to be dropping some Jubies soon. So if you have an opportunity to try a Juby, I really recommend it. It's basically a 60 with an XT column cluster over here on the left side. Really one of my favorite boards. I use my thermal a lot as well. I have that as a red HKV, I think. I think the thermal is one of those boards that some people loved and some people didn't like at all. But I personally really love it. Just the full allo experience is great. Honestly, couldn't really. I don't really think I would change anything about it. I like it, but I know a lot of people don't. XT60 is the best layout in E1. Yeah, it's a good layout. I mean, it's a 60 in essence, and the XT columns are just a little bonus. For me, mostly just to show, you know, artisans. And sometimes like some random macros, like, you know, like maybe Discord mute or something like that. Night all, fun time. Thanks, Diego. Halfling Barista, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you have a great night. And Garlic, Diego's still alive. Yeah, I know. But I'm actually going to wrap it up pretty soon. This or NK87 Diego says Mango Head. I would say this just because it's interesting. If you haven't ever tried a plateless, and this is within your budget and your means to get one and just try out, why not try it? I think I always, whenever I have a choice to make between different options, I always go for the one I haven't tried or that's different. Even if I know that there's a big possibility that I'm not gonna like it, I might as well rule that out for future instances of that choice, right? So I would just go for it, try something new, don't like it, move on. You won't get to get it again, and that's fine. But yeah, just try something new. Be adventurous. Is that an Earl? Yes, it is. It is an Earl, indeed. For the 60, I thought you said, oh yes, I do use my 160 a lot too. I mean, so like the thing about like the 160, I think that no longer stands out nearly as much as I initially was enthralled about it, is the fact that there's so many similar boards now with the gasket mounting. And I do really like my 160 that's currently built with the half plate polycarb plate and MX Blacks. But I would say like it's probably the polycarb plate that makes it stand out more to me than, and the aesthetic of the build, than the mounting experience, the mounting style itself. Because there's so many boards now that do the exact same thing, which is unfortunate, but that happens all the time in the hobby, where something becomes popular and people reiterate the same thing over and over in different designs, but different form factors, but basically the same thing. I mean, it's just like a top mount board. I mean, pretty much if you say you like the Duck Orion, or you know, the T-Jar Jane, and you try the LZCLS or something, or the LZMP, or you name some recent top mount board with similar mounting positions, and you try one, you've kind of tried them all. At that point, you're only arguing aesthetics, right? Sometimes there are key differences sometimes that do distinguish some things, like whereas, like, you know, if there's a weight, where's that weight placed, because it changes the net, like the overall density of the board in different places of the board, so it'll change the sound of the board. But typing feel, like a top mount, let's say even, I mean, if you could just have the top piece only float and type on that and just try different plates, you basically have the same experience everywhere if the mounting positions are in the same position in the same place, right? So yeah, duckboards are so high angle though. It is unfortunate about the angle for the people who don't type with a posture that allows for high typing angle. I personally have no issues because of my chair. Like I have a chair with adjustable armrests, and also my desk is, you can also adjust the height of it. So for me, typing on high typing angle is actually okay because I float my wrists. I actually like the look of high typing angle boards better. I think my sweet spot's anywhere between 8 to 11 degrees. They look great, honestly. Especially with cherry profile, I really like how they look. But that said, typing angle wouldn't matter if you can manage to switch to a posture that works for you. Which in my case, I've been able to achieve over time of just adjusting my chair, desk, keyboard position. Sometimes like how far deep you put the board in your desk, on your desk, my bad, also will change that experience. Like sometimes if this is too close here and you're kind of like angling your arms like this and then turning your wrist, that's bad for you, right? But I position my keyboard somewhere around here, which allows me to stretch my arms here and they don't strain as much doing this ulnar deviation, right? This ulnar deviation, I don't like, this is not very comfortable to do, this kind of deviation, but it's also this movement. This movement is what's going to strain you a lot too, right? This one like this. That's what high typing angle is not very favorable for people, because people will tend to sink their wrists. What about wrist rest? The problem with wrist rest is that people don't use wrist rest correctly. Wrist rests are meant to rest your wrists when you are not typing. The problem with wrist rest is you put a wrist rest, right? Like you have something down here and you're resting it, right? Sometimes things move around. I mean, like even if it doesn't move around, it's not necessarily optimal place for you to be resting your wrist. Like it's pressing here on your forearm / wrist, and then you're typing away, so you're effectively putting tension on this part, and you don't want to do that. You actually want to free up that part of the wrist when you're typing. And then you rest your wrist on the wrist rest when you're not typing. But then when you start typing, you should not be touching the wrist rest at all. What does 60? What do you use the most? There's no one that I use the most, because I'll tell you what, Garlic, I have so many keyboards that I just rotate through them randomly, and they effectively get about the same amount of time of usage nowadays. Early on, I would say, the 356 Mini is a very recent acquisition, so I actually technically haven't even used it that much. But HHKB, for example, was my first custom keyboard. It was my first purchase that I made. HHKB and the Nova Touch were the two purchases I made when I first came into the community. Topre was my first love, quote unquote, in the community. Jumping from my full size to the world of keyboards was I entered into Topre. HHKB and Nova Touch were my two first purchases in the hobby, keyboard related. I had a full-size Cooler Master and a Tata 68 that my friend had gifted me. But then I wanted something that was still TKL or 60% layout, and I tried Topre at a meetup, and I was like, I need to have that. I want that. I remember seeing a Nova Touch with DSA granite that looked great, typed fantastic. And I also remember trying an HKB, just like blanks, and it was great. And I loved it, and I was like, I gotta have Topre. I really like Ergo Clears, Zelios, MX Blacks, and Topre. Those are the four things that stood out to me the most at a meetup. MX Blacks, Ergo Clears, Topre. MX Blacks, Ergo Clear, Zelios, and Topper at the time, because Zelios were pretty popular back then. Do you still have it? I don't have the exact same HKB. I've gone through, I think I've owned at least 10 different HKBs. I've always ended up selling and buying it again. But now I've had my HKBs for a while. I mean, currently I have 2 Pro 2s, 2 Pro 1s, and hybrid Type S. And I've owned those now for like 4 years. I mean, the hybrid Type S is the most recent one, but the rest I've owned for like 4 years now. So yeah. Wait, Zelios were like the new TikTok switches. Yeah, Zelios were like, oh my god, they recreated the Ergo Clear in one Gadron switch. That was what the Zelio was back in the day. Yeah, I had them in my night. Everyone had Zelios at some point. Everyone was like, I gotta get those Zelios, cause you know, recreation for the Ergo Clears without having to do the actual Ergo Clear modding. So, yeah. HKB the GOAT. Yeah. Oh, Beaming. Hello. Oh, Elvin. I saw you say hi earlier. How are you? But yeah, wrist rest 101. I do agree. I do think you're supposed to not use a wrist rest when you're typing, and the best way to adjust, in my opinion, is your chair, your desk, and your keyboard position on your desk. Those are the 3 things that I think you should adjust to find a better way to type without straining your arms. Ideally, you want to type in a way where you are not doing deviations, weird deviations like this, and also you don't feel like you're exerting a lot of effort keeping your wrists floating. I have a lot of help thanks to my arm rest here. I just put my elbows and this short part of the forearm down, and I pretty much do not feel any effort in putting my wrist rest off from the desk. That's the nicest part. But yeah, Dio, do you think we can do a typing test for 160 or the 356? I can bring out the, I think 160, right? Actually, sure, I'll do that. All right, that's the last thing I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna go off to bed. I did a lot of carrying boxes the past day because I was helping someone move, and I am tired. But here we are, streaming till late because I like keyboards. Is your hand level when you type? My hand is, yeah. I mean, I wish I could show you. I mean, if I just, okay, literally, when I type, right, when I type like this, it's literally, like, if I just flip my arms, it's like, it's just like this, and then there's a distance about this much from the desk to my wrists and hands. Like, yeah, I'm just rotating my arms like this. There's a bit of distance between the desk, and that's it. There's basically a fixed-ish distance between the desk and my my arms. And so if I type on this, I can just like give it a quick test. Hold on. That's right. What is a lightning stream without a key code? Oh my god. All right. I'm just gonna type on this without showing anything on the screen, but just so you can hear it. NX Blacks, yeah.
so that's what that sounds like, and I'll bring that one board. Would you rebuild with some other switches too? I mean, once I like it, I tend to leave it, but I mean, I could try building it with anything. MX Browns, MX Clears, maybe some Lube case, maybe like an FR4 plate would be kind of nice with some Lube case. I don't know. Alright, so last board I'm taking out here. So let's see. Wait. So this is my 356 Mini. I'm not gonna plug it in because I don't have the PS2 right now. I'm just gonna type on it. So this has OG Cherry Palm keycaps, and these are I believe Nixies. But yeah. Oh. So that's what it sounds like. OG Palm makes you do things that some would other consider unnatural. Yeah, it is true because OG Palm has a off-centered spacebar. I mean the 6.25U on the 356 Mini have the off-center spacebar, so that's why. Yeah. So that's what this board sounds like. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah, kind of like the crown jewel of my collection, that's for sure. Little mark here. I'm not sure if that's dust or actually it's a little strip in the anodization. It looks like. Oh well. So that's what that board is. So that's what that board is. Eventually, I'll build another plate with this. I heard the UTD PCB actually fits, so I got one because I wanted to use KMK. Maybe some other time when I actually loop switches. Lightning, what's your favorite chassis for Blue Alps? To be quite honest with you, original Alps chassis are the best for Blue Alps, like Northgate. Like Aniki Northgate, you know, and also like the Leading Edge DC 2014, like those, like, you know, the big chassis. Those are the best sound for Alps, to be honest. But you know, for modern, I've heard some AEK. I mean, yeah, AEK 64s and some Lunar 65s, like the Lunar one with Blue Alps, that sound great. I would say a lot of other like standard MX but made Alps tend to sound can be good, but no guarantees. You have to try it out to know. Only way to know is to just try it out. So unfortunately I can't say like, oh, like I can tell you which case sounds great. I know some people have tried like Orions and Janes, I think.
But I don't have experience with it myself, so I can't tell you. But Blue Alps, they sound best in the plastic chassis, to be honest. Polycarb, yes, polycarb case would be good. A polycarb case with Alps would sound good because it's still plastic. Yeah. I'll try it with something like that. Polycarb, maybe, yeah. And also, don't use a soft plate for Alps, actually. I actually think Alps sound good with harder plates, like aluminum or above. They don't really enjoy the sound of Alps on FR4 or on plastics, generally speaking. Steel, alu, pretty good. Alright, I'm done. So let's go and let's go rate somebody and call it a night. Wonder what Alp sounds in acrylic. Inside of an acrylic case, it would sound pretty good, I think. On an acrylic plate, I remember trying an acrylic plate for Alps before. It was okay. Nothing crazy. It was alright. Fun to radio for a change. Yeah, Joran. It was nice. Imagine a stack acrylic built with Alps. I think it would sound kind of nice. I think it would sound pretty good. What Nacho's saying, I think that would sound great. Alright. Let's let's rate somebody. Raid. Where's streams? Keyboard streams. Keyboard live streams. Tags. Keyboard. HHKB would like to have a word with you. HHKB is great. I love Topri. Alright. I don't think there's anybody to raid really, keyboard wise. So maybe we should just end it here, unless you guys really want me to raid anybody else in particular. Like, did I miss a stream? Yeah, unfortunately. Nobody else will be streaming at this hour, that's for sure. Let me check the category anyway. What's this? Work on my miniature railway layout. Never mind. Not keyboards. I see some Lego builders. I see some figurine makers. I see some gaming streamers just in general. Gunpla. Lego, more Lego, a lot of Lego. Alright, let's go raid someone random that I feel like raiding. How about we raid this brick building person, Lone Go Fire, doing Happy Lego Sunday brick link designer old fishing boat. Oh, cool. Okay, you guys want to see a Lego build? Lego build sounds okay. Raid a VTuber? I don't even know VTubers, I'm sorry. I actually don't know anything about VTubers. I don't even know what their names are. So yeah, I'm sorry. The only people I follow who are live are 2 Genshin streamers. One is TakaGG and the other is Ziox, and Daf. That's it. 39 Daf, that's the only other person that you might know who is streaming. Hola Dieguito, ¿tienes pambazos? Me encantan los pambazos, pero no me trago un pambazo en un buen rato. Pero bueno, ¿cómo estás, Daniel? Are you a VTuber connoisseur to Quappa? Quappa probably knows from his friends. Alright, let's go raid Lone Go Fire. I want an NCR, you should get one. You can get one on AliExpress, I think, nowadays. Alright, we're gonna raid this Lego person. I don't know them at all, okay? I'm just coming in with a raid completely randomly. So let's just go and show them some love and say Meowgo raid. Meowgo raid. Lightning raid. Actually, they seem to have an interesting keyboard. So let's just ask, show us your keyboard. We also love building and love Legos. Meowgo chatting. Yo, Frank, what's up? Go Fire? Oh, you know them? Oh, okay, great. Alright, well, I don't know them, so let's go raid them. Alright, friends, I'll catch you guys on the next stream. I don't know when that will be, but yeah, you'll probably see me soon this week. I'll be a little bit less busy, I think, but I can't stream during the during the weekends this coming weekend and then next. So you'll probably see me stream a few other times during the week. So anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Take care. Thank you everyone for stopping by. Aloha? Okay. Alright, say aloha as you come in, okay? Aloha. There we go. Alright. See ya.